All right, Sportsman's here. Pro semifinal. We need you guys to the staging lanes as soon as possible. Pro semifinal. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, as soon as Pro gets here, you are coming. Once again, Pro semifinal. We need you as soon as possible. Super Pro semifinal. You guys are on deck. Pro semifinal, where are you? Pro semifinal. This is your second call. Hurry up. Super Pro semifinal. You guys can make your way down to the staging lanes. Super Pro semifinal. You can make your way down to the staging lanes. We need all of you. Juniors, you guys are on deck. As soon as we get our pro cars down to the staging lanes, I will be calling you. But on the racetrack, who's going to make the final of our makeup race from Saturday? Is it going to be Brendan Phillips or Jared Greenan? Greenan dialed in 1179. Brendan dialed in at 1446 in his 22 Honda Civic. Here goes the 82 GMC trying to chase him down. 16 thou between them. Once again, please do not stop at the top of the staging lanes. Move as far down as you can in your pairs. Pro and Super Pro, if you get to the staging lanes and you have your pair, move as far down as possible. Win light. Jared Greenan puts it 2 above 7, taking 48. Brendan, he's 52 on a 46 and is out. Jared going to the final round of Sportsman. Wally Kuzik, pardon me, I can't remember who's in this Dodge Dakota, but he's dialed in at 1308. Wally dialed in at 1171. Who is going to be joining Jared in the final? $21 between them. Advantage to the Dakota. Give the win light to the Dakota. Puts it 1 above 3, taking 46. Wally, he goes 1174.8 on 1171. Could not get in front of the Dakota. Pro semifinalists, move down the staging lanes as soon as you can. Super Pro semifinal. We need you guys to the lanes as well. Super Pro semifinal. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Once again, folks, you need water, you need food, you need wobbly pops, whatever you need, you can get at the Rad Torque Raceway concession. You can get yourself a coffee, get yourself a bacon and egger, sausage and egg, whatever you need. You can get there at the Rad Torque Raceway concession. Just waiting for our pro drivers to move down the bottom of the staging lane so we can run them off. I have 2 of our 4 semifinalists here from Super Pro. Can I have the remaining 2 drivers make their way down to the staging lanes, please? Make your way to the staging lanes as soon as possible. I'm going to make this first call, Junior Dragsters. Once again, third and final call for Super Pro. Junior dragsters, make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, make your way down to the staging lanes. Need all of our Super Pro drivers to move in behind the Pro drivers, down underneath the tower as far as you can. You can do all your stuff that you need to do, check your tires, get your suit on, whatever. Just move to the bottom of the staging lanes, please. All right, Pro semifinal action. Right off the trailer this morning, Chuck Amioit out of Millet, Alberta in his 71 Chevy Vega. Reward Construction, Global Power Sport Resources, and Precision Performance helping him out in that Vega. Dialed in at 984, trying to chase down the Nova of Ed Matajuski. Sherwood Park, Alberta, 72 Chevy Nova, dialed in at 1199. Oh, Chuck Amioit, he wanted it bad, wanted it too bad. Turns on the red light. Ed Matajuski is 33, and moving on to the final round, puts it 12-14-1 on 1199 dial. All right, last call, Junior Dragsters. Last call, Junior Dragsters. Paid, test, and tune. Paid, test, and tune. Make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Once again, last call, Junior Dragsters. First call for paid, test, and tune. Make your way down to the staging lanes. Heavy Metal Mayhem, you guys are on deck for your round number 2 of eliminations. Alan Warunke, Jason Mercer. Pro semifinal action. Mercer out of Chestermere, Alberta in that Roadster right-hand side, dialed in at 1028. In the Napa lane, Alan Warunke dialed in at 1148. In that 85 Camaro Z28. A lot of 8s. 11 to a 44. Warunke repping the 11. He's got 33 in the bag. Can he get rid of it in front of Mercer? No, he does not. Goes 10.56, 0 on a 10 on 11.56 on 11.48 dial. Jason getting there 14 in front and putting it 3 above 2. Who's going to join Mercer in the final round of Super Pro? Mike Swanson, Lance Churchuk. Pretty sure these two have raced each other 3 times this weekend in eliminations. Lance dialed in at 1169 in Leduc, Alberta. He's in his 70 Duster. He's dialed in 1169. Mike Swanson in the S10. Trying to chase him down, dialed in at 1127 your Summit side. Who's going to be in the Super Pro semifinal? Huge advantage, Lance Churchuk. He's got 64 in the bag-ish. A little bit more than 64. I think it's 72, actually. Bang, got it. Puts it 8 above, taking 76. Lance Churchuk moving on to our final round of Super Pro. Paid, test, and tune. Paid, test, and tune. We will not wait for you. Paid, test, and tune. If you want to make a run, you need to come down to the staging lanes right now. Heavy Metal, you are still on deck. Once I make the last call for paid testers, I will be calling Heavy Metal Mayhem. This is a courtesy call for you. Who's going to be joining the final round of Super Pro? Brett Fitt or Shaylin Smith? Sherwood Park, Alberta is where Shaylin calls home. She's dialed in at 1020 in that 69 Chevy Camaro. Up against Brett Fitt in his 62 Chevy Nova. Dialed in at 972. Oh, advantage. Shaylin Smith has got 70. Can she hold off the charge? Yes, she can. Puts it 4 above 8, and it takes a strike by 15. Brett breaks it out 5 thou, trying to chase down Shaylin. So it'll be Shaylin versus Lance in our Super Pro final. Third and final call, paid, test, and tune. Third and final call, paid, test, and tune. If you want to make a run and you're in paid test and tune, you paid your money at the gate, come on down to the staging lanes, because once I call heavy metal, you guys will not be able to make a run. All right, paid test and tune. You guys have missed your call. If you're not in the staging lanes now, do not come, because this is first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Heavy Metal Mayhem. This is your first call for round number 2 of eliminations. Once again, first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Paid test and tune. If you are not in the lanes, do not come down. You missed your call. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. To the staging lanes, please. All right, little buy run action here for Dylan Baker out of High River, Alberta. He's in his 08 KCS Junior Dragster, sponsored by Racer's Edge, High River, Top Gun Coatings, and Brad's Automotive. $13.95 the dial for him. Turns the red light on, doesn't matter. Gets to see the win lights at the top of the Napa board. Once again, first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. I'm going to upgrade that to second call. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Come down to the staging lanes. Get in your pairs. Get in your cars. Let's keep this show rolling. On the racetrack, Braden Marty versus Riker Dupuis in our Junior Lightning category. Braden dialed in at 9:03 versus Riker dialed in at 8:15. Helping Riker out, Let's Go Distributors, Morton Distortion Racing, Lone Wolf Bobcat and Auger, and Murray's Truck Parts. Helping out Braden, Revolution Crane and Transport in your Summit side. Oh, win light, Riker Dupuis. Braden Marty turns it 40 thou on the wrong side. Riker, he's 19 and puts it 4 above 7. Braden electing to just get out of it early. Oh, looks like we got a junior on the racetrack. We will have to stop here for a moment. Braden just pulled over on the side of the racetrack, as he should do. We're going to send down one of our junior parents, maybe go pick him up, make sure everything is okay. But once again, folks, if you're warm, if you need a wobbly pop, you need a water, you need some food, make sure you go to the Rad Torque Raceway concession. They're open for a majority of today. But once again, please stay hydrated. It is nice and hot. Make sure you guys got a hat. Make sure you guys got some water. Anything you guys might need here at the Rad Torque Raceway, you can find. Don't you worry. Once again, for all of you in the stands, we truly appreciate you guys are out here. Thank you for spending your time here at Rad Torque Raceway. We truly appreciate it. Also in our chat bleachers, I see there's already 20 of you in here. Appreciate you guys tuning in on YouTube here at Rad Torque Raceway. Just waiting for a junior to get off track, and we will be rolling into our junior lightning category. And then we got some paid test and tune, and then we got heavy metal. All right, making a little test run here. Benjamin Helena, sponsored by Helena Farms and SHDP Race Shop. While we get through our last few juniors here, folks, I'm going to make this third and final call. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. To the staging lanes. Once you guys get in your pairs, move as far down as you can. Paid test and tune, you guys can make your way underneath the tower as long as all the juniors are gone. Benjamin wanting it a little too bad. He goes 82 on the wrong side, but goes 815 at 79 miles an hour. All right, I made third and final call for Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call. I made it quite a while ago, but if you are not in the lanes, you are late. Make your way as soon as possible. You've had plenty of time. Sportsman final, pro final, super pro final. You guys are on deck. Sportsman, pro, super pro final. You guys are on deck. For our heavy metal drivers, as soon as the last pair goes, you will have a 10-minute timer. Once again, for our heavy metal drivers, you guys will have a 10-minute timer as soon as the last pair goes down the racetrack and has made it onto the return road. We are trying to keep people on the track as soon as possible, but Lance Ulberg in that turbocharged 80 Malibu making his way down the racetrack. Gets out of it early, but 8th mile, he goes 5:47.9 at 131 and 8:93 in the quarter at 122. Once again, heavy metal drivers, you guys will have a 10-minute timer as soon as the last pair turns off the racetrack and onto the return road to cool down. Since we had a little bit of wait time, our Sportsman Final, Pro Final, and Super Pro Final are ready. So I'll be turning and burning you guys as fast as possible so we can get into Sunday's program to get your qualifying done. First pair up. I believe last year these two did battle on Hot August night. Maybe it wasn't last year. It might have been 2 years ago, but these two have raced. Left-hand side, Ray Gates. Right-hand side, Tony Ostrakar. Ostrakar, he's in his 84 Ford Ranger out of Drayton Valley, Alberta. Dialed in at 7 flat. Pretty sure he's had 7 flat all weekend. 1984 Ford Ranger. Up against Ray, he's got his 2018 Miller Dragster out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. Fast Times Machining sponsored. 464 the dial. Almost 2.5 seconds between these drivers in the 1/8 of a mile, ladies and gentlemen. Sportsman Final, Pro Final, Sportsman Final, Pro Final, Super Pro Final. All three of you, once you are ready, come down to the staging lanes and come on down and be in your pairs. But on the racetrack, 15th out to Tony Ostrakar. Can Ray Gates get around him? No. Puts it 2 above 2. Tony Ostrakar takes 5. 29 total. Ray Gates had to get in front. 6th out, but couldn't get there. Tony Ostrakar moving to the next round of Heavy Metal Mayhem. Once again, Sportsman Pro and Super Pro Final. Make your way down to the staging lanes. Once you guys are paired up, pair up in the order. Sportsman Pro, Super Pro. And on the racetrack, Warren Nish in his 2002 PT Cruiser out of Edmonton, Alberta, dialed in at 596, trying to run away from Rebecca Bartel in the Napa side. Dialed in at 462 out of Red Deer in her 03 Mullis. Double 08 to a 4, advantage Rebecca Bartel. Can she get around the PT Cruiser and shake the nose? Good Lord, Rebecca Bartel, 11-pack right off the trailer. Warren Nish is 2 above 3. Had to be dead 4. I lied. He had to be dead 2 to win that race. Nasty. Rebecca Bartel, 11 total. Brings us to our next pair. Mark Bold, Red Deer, Alberta, 08 Mullis Dragster. Sponsored by Hughes Performance Simpson Racing. 488 the dial, the Napa side. Up against Michael Scholl, Calgary, Alberta, 22 TNT. Sunset Performance, FTI Converters and Transmissions, as well as Pro 1 Safety Canada. Helping him out in the Summit side. He's dialed in at 463. Was the runner-up yesterday in our first heavy metal race. Trying to win some money in this one. Once again, second call, Sportsman Pro Super Pro Finals. Second call, Sportsman Pro Super Pro Final. Once you guys are paired up, come down in the order, Sportsman Pro Super Pro. Hang out at the top of the staging lanes. Once you guys are ready, paired up, move down behind the Heavy Metal Mayhem crew or behind the class that is in front of you. Mark Bold, he's got 9 thou to make up. Michael Scholl's got 9 in the bag. Can he get around him? No. Mark Bold wins on a double breakout. Michael Scholl takes 20, had to take, 6 or less. Mark Bold going to turn on the win light with that double breakout, though. Cody Graves, right-hand side, was feeling nasty yesterday. Let's see how he's feeling today. 07 TNT Dragster out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, dialed in at 466. Up against Jeff Talbot, Olds, Alberta, 71 Chevy Chevelle. Onex River Oil Field Construction, Wolf Mid Steam, helping him out. 545 the dial for him in that 71 Chevelle. Oh, Cody Graves, trip zip, and Jeff Talbot is in trouble. Yes, he is. One above 4. Cody Graves taking 9 to be 14 total. Wow, trip zip 2. Cody Graves off the trailer. That is 2 team packs we've seen in the first round of Heavy Metal Mayhem here. Nasty. Next pair, Randy Moderson up against Tanner Gates. Oh boy. Moderson in the 63 Chevy Corvette, dialed in at 509. Tanner Gates in his 09 TNT Dragster out of Medicine Hat, dialed in at 450. Well, I see Danny has chosen sides. I believe she's I'm not sure, actually. I can't actually see her. But Randy's in. Tanner's following in behind. Found the stage bulb. Here we go. Oh, Tanner Gates is going to want that one back. Oh, gonna want it back. 006 red. Randy Moderson is almost 100. Randy Moderson moving into round number 3 of Heavy Metal Mayhem. Next pair. Joe Graves in his new 2010 Mullis Dragster from Sherwood Park. Dialed in at 469. Shane, I'm not even going to try. I can't do it. I'm going to screw it up way too bad. Mundare, Alberta, TNT Dragster, dialed in at 474 in your Summit side. You know, I try to psych myself up to say it in my head, and I just can't. I think I've tried once or twice, and I feel like I've missed it both times, so I'm just not going to go with it. But on the racetrack, here we go. 11 to 28. Joe Graves has got 17 in the bag. Can he hold off the charge of Shane? No, he cannot. Oh, Joe Graves. Shane, he puts it 2 above 6 to be behind 52. Joe breaks it out 9 thou. Needed to take 42 or less to turn on the win light. Tough one. But here we go. Braden Helena Farms. An SHDP race shop helping him out. 67 Ford Shelby Mustang, left-hand side. Your winner of our double up, double points, double payout race yesterday. 544 the dial for him. Pat DeHoniak, 576 in that 27 Ford Roadster in your Napa side. Third and final call. Pro. I believe our sportsman drivers are here. Pro final, super pro final. I need you. Make your way down. We are missing our 1 pro finalist. Please make your way down to the bottom of the stage, or make your way to the staging lanes, please. A remaining pro driver. You have missed your call. Hurry up. That last pair, Braden Helena, 004, dead 8 to be behind Trip Zip 6. But Pat Tahaniak, he turned it 8 red to get there and puts it 2 above 0. Braden Helena moving on, trying to win some more money here today. All right, Heavy Metal Mayhem, your 10-minute timer has started. Heavy Metal Mayhem, your 10-minute timer has started. I will be calling you in 10 minutes. Jared Greenan, Waylon Carlson. Who is going to win Sportsman from our makeup race yesterday? Jared dialed in at 1179 in his 82 GMC C1500 in Summit Side. Waylon 1308 and his 03 Dodge Dakota at Edmonton, Alberta. He's 1308. Going to be leaving first. 62 to a 72, 10 thou between them. Waylon Carlson wants it. Is he going to make use of the 10 thou he's got in the bag? Yes, 13-10 with a 7. But Jared, he had an opportunity. He goes 1178, 1 and 1179, taking 25. Had to take 18 or less to turn on the win light. Pardon me, 17 or less to turn on the win light. Now, our Super Pro Final. Pro finalists, if you're not in the lanes, you are extremely late. Make your way, please. Shaylin Smith, Lance Churchuk, our Super Pro Final. I believe Lance is off the bottom right-hand side. He's out of Leduc, Alberta, in his 70 Duster, dialed in at 1174 in the Napa side. Up against Shaylin Smith in her 69 Chevy Camaro. Chevy versus Dodge. Excuse me, Chevy is going to be Dodge. Shaylin, she's sponsored by CS Upholstery, hair by Shaylin. Dialed in at 1024. Oh, Shaylin Smith, you are in trouble. Lance Churchuk is 007, and your light starts with a 1. Good Lord, Lance Churchuk, you didn't need to do that. 15 total, Lance Churchuk. Shaylin Smith, she gets there 3 thou in front, but breaks it out by 14. Lance, you're winner of our Super Pro from our makeup race Saturday. Congratulations. All right, Junior Dragsters, this is your first call. Junior Dragsters, you guys want to make some test runs here before we go into qualifying for your Sunday's race? You come on down. Paid test and tune. You're allowed to come on down too. We got about 7 minutes left on the timer for heavy metal, and I'll be calling them to the lanes. Paid test and tune and juniors. Juniors in front. Paid test and tune to follow. All right, our pro final from our yesterday makeup race, Ed Matajewski, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 72 Chevy Nova, 1199 the dial for him. Up against Jason Mercer in his 07 Roadster, dialed in at 1029 in the Napa lane. Oh, 1 thou between them, 34 to a 33. Advantage to Mercer. Can he get in front of Ed and lay the nose over? He cannot. Ed Matajewski, 1 above 6 to be behind 51. Jason Mercer had a chance, but goes 10.26.5 on a 10.29. Had to take 27 or less winning that race. Once again, for our juniors, if you guys want to make some test runs before your qualifier today, you can come on down to the staging lanes now. And for our paid test and tune, you guys got about 5-ish minutes to get down to the lanes before I call Heavy Metal Mayhem. Well, for you guys tuning in, and for those of you here at the racetrack, Wednesday, we have our Midas Hot August night coming up. Love to see you guys come out for that event. It is going to be an absolute blast. We got bracket action starting in the morning, then moving on to our pro show later in the evening. It's always quite a show. I first started going here about 3 years ago. First time I came was 2 years ago. First time I came, it was an absolute blast. I sure hope you guys can make it out to that. We also have our smoked out shootout this weekend, or next weekend, pardon me, Friday and Saturday. Guys definitely should come and check that out, but looks like we got some paid tests and tunes coming up here. We have a Chevy dieseled? I want to say it's a Tahoe. I know it's not a Tahoe. I just got confirmation. It is a Tahoe with a diesel. Sponsored by Midnight Brothers. This is something else. All right, 2-minute warning, Heavy Metal Mayhem. If you are able to and you are cool and ready, make your way down to the staging lanes. 2-minute warning, Heavy Metal Mayhem. If you are ready, make your way down the staging lanes. The Tahoe just building up the boost. Doing some big smoke, hits the finish line. 12-12 at 121. Once again, paid test and tune. If you guys want to make some runs, come on down. We need you now. Paid test and tune. We want to keep cars on track. We're just waiting to get through our third round of Heavy Metal Mayhem, and then we'll be rolling into our qualifying for our Sunday's race. Once again, for our racers, for sportsmen, pro, super pro, and heavy metal juniors and heavy metal, after this next round of Heavy Metal Mayhem, we will be moving into qualifying for Sunday's race. Once again, drivers, once we are through this next round of Heavy Metal Mayhem, we will be moving into Sunday's race, and we'll be qualifying. So, as soon as I have all of our Heavy Metals drivers in the lanes and underneath the tower, I will be making the first call for sportsman qualifying. But we got some junior testers coming up here, making a couple runs here before Sunday's qualifying. All right, I'm going to make this first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Need you guys down in the staging lanes as soon as possible. I'm going to make this first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem, for your round number 3 of eliminations. Also, drivers, if you have not paid your buy-in yet, drivers, if you have not paid your buy-in for Sunday's race, now would be the time. If you do not pay, you will not be put on the ladder and your day will be over. So once again, if you have not bought in for Sunday's race yet, I would come and see the ladies, come give them your money, and they will get you sorted out and make sure that you are on the ladder. Paid for test and tune. I can't see everybody's names, but right-hand side, I know that's Sarah Duchesne. She's 55 to a 67 in the Summit side. Goes 904 at 72 miles an hour. And 1189.3 at 52 miles an hour for the junior dragster left-hand side. And the chat leaders, yes, we do have sound here. Just got it here fixed up. Just waiting for our heavy metal drivers to make their way down to the staging lanes after they got cooled down from their last round. And I'm going to make this second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. As soon as you are ready, make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. All right, Jeanette Coleman making her way down the racetrack in her 68 Chevy Chevelle. But I'm missing two Heavy Metal Mayhem. Two drivers for Heavy Metal Mayhem. I need you guys to make your way down to the staging lanes, please. The other 5 are here. I'm only missing 2. And then we will roll right into Sunday's program and try to run off this makeup race a little bit later today. So once again, once those 2 Heavy Metal Mayhem drivers come down and are in the staging lanes, I will be making the first call for qualifying for sportsmen. We will keep the same run order we've had all weekend, but as soon as I have our heavy metal drivers, I will be making a first call for qualifying for sportsmen. All right, I'm missing 1. He might have just fired up and making his way down to the staging lanes, but I am missing 1 of our heavy metal drivers. All right, he's here. All right, once you guys are in your pairs, make your way down to the bottom of the staging lanes. We'll run you guys off. As soon as you guys have moved down, I can make the first call for sportsmen, so if you can do that as soon as possible, it would be much appreciated. All right, first call sportsman qualifying round number 1 for Sunday. Once again, first call sportsman qualifying round number 1 for Sunday's race. Make your way down to the staging lanes. This is your first call to the staging lanes. Going into some quarter-final action here in our Heavy Metal Mayhem makeup race from yesterday. Cody Graves was trip zip this morning, kept the 467 dialing in his 07 TNT dragster out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. And problems for Cody Graves. Not sure if he forgot to take out the crosstalk from the last round. But the car held. He just didn't leave. So he'll be coming back around. Luckily, it was a bye run. But next pair moving up. Rebecca Bartel, 462 the dial in that 03 Mullis dragster out of Red Deer, Alberta. She's dialed in at 462. Tony Osrikar, 84 Ford Ranger out of Drayton Valley, Alberta. Sponsored by Ultra Arc Welding, Johnny's Glass. Still keeping the 7 flat dial. Let's see if he can run away from another dragster here to make his way to the semifinals. Once again, I'm going to make this second call sportsman qualifying round number 1 for Sunday's race. 006, Rebecca Bartel is in trouble. She's 93 up front. Tony has got worlds to work with, and he makes it happen. Locks out Rebecca Bartel. He goes 7-0-19 with a 006, taking 63. Rebecca breaking it out fourth out, trying to chase down Tony. All right, next pair. Who's going to make his way to the semifinals? Randy Moderson or Mark Bold? Mark out of Red Deer, Alberta, in his 08 Mullis dragsters, dialed in at 487. Sponsored by Hughes Performance and Simpson Racing. Up against Randy Moderson out of Edmonton, Alberta, in his 63 Chevy Corvette Specialty Pressure Service Moderson Drucking, dialed in at 509. Here we go. Oh, Mark Bold turning on the red light. Randy putting a real nice lap down. 21 total. Mark Bold, he's 1 above 1, taking 21. But the red light ends his day in the makeup race. Oh, 2 cars from the same camp. Braden, Helena, and Shane. I can't do it. I can't do it. I gotta actually go talk to him and make sure I figure this out. Shane's out of Mundare, Alberta, in his TNT dragster, dialed in at 476, trying to chase down Braden out of Vegreville in his 67 Shelby Ford Shelby Mustang. He's dialed in at 544. He won the double points race earlier Saturday. But today, he's trying to take that Mustang to another winner circle. Once again, third and final call, sportsman qualifying round number 1. Third and final call, sportsman qualifying round number 1. First, we're going to make a courtesy call for pro round number 1 of qualifying. Courtesy call for pro. Oh, Shane took too much out of the box. He's 10 on the wrong side. Goes dead 9. Fixin' to be nasty. Braden Helena is 19, 1 above 8. And moving on to our semifinals of Heavy Metal Mayhem that we will probably run later today. But now, moving into qualifying of the next day. Sunday. Wally Kuzik, Rob Kleinbeekman, 75 Duster left-hand side, 22 Dodge Magnum right-hand side. Once again, sportsmen, if you're not in the lanes, you are going to be late because I'm going to be calling pro here right away. Sportsmen, if you're not in the lanes, you are late and you should make your way because I'm going to make this first call for pro to the staging lanes, please. First call pro to the staging lanes. Wally running in the semis earlier today. He goes 11.76.9 at 118 miles an hour. Rob, he goes out the end 14.42.4 at 97. Next pair of qualifiers here. Randy Wilton, 87 Toyota Camry. You can hear it. Turbocharged, front wheel drive. Napa side. Summit side, Jared Greenan. In his 82 GMC 1500. Poppin' and bangin'. Randy Welton is on his way down the racetrack. 98 to a 142. Jared getting there first, 11.86.0. Randy gets there 13.92.3. Kevin Lupine versus Kevin Greenan. 008 red for Kevin. 211 for Kevin. Greenan. Oh, two Kevins. Greenan right-hand side in the Napa lane. He's got the 70 Chevy Nova. And Lupine has got the 14 Dodge Ram. The Nova gets there 12.11.2 at 111. Lupine gets there 14.32.3 at 95 in that 14 Dodge. Debbie Stirrott and Huxley Wolfatter. Another new driver here today. 14.49 left-hand side, goes 91 miles an hour. Huxley. Debbie goes out the end 16.11.6 at 86 miles an hour. Which will bring up Ashley Isabel and Chad McKenzie. Ashley, Napa side. She's in her 08 Magnum SRT out of Devon, Alberta. Sponsored by Devon Chrysler. And Chad McKenzie, he's in his 08 Dodge Charger. Sponsored by Precision Performance, trying to get their first qualifier done. Second call pro. Need you guys in the staging lanes. This is a courtesy call for Super Pro. Be ready when I call you. This is the second call for pro. Chad really getting after it, was a little bit red there. Ashley, she's 188. Make her way down the racetrack. Summit side, 12.02.3 for Chad. 12.43.7 for Ashley. Waylon Carlson, our winner from our makeup race earlier today. Really not that long ago. 03 Dodge Dakota left-hand side, and Jaden Melnick right-hand side, making their qualifiers. 91 to a 102. Jaden in that 79 Chevy Malibu. Jaden goes 11.85.2 at 117. Waylon 13.082 at 103.5 miles an hour. All right, third and final call for pro. To the staging lanes, please. Third and final call for pro. But back to the racetrack. Paul Blagden, Beaumont, Alberta in his 76 Scamp up against Neil McDonald in his 68 Chevy Chevelle at a Kalmar in the Napa side. Oh, wanting it. 33 red for Neil. Paul started with a 2. Going to make his way down the Summit side, see if he can get in front of Neil before the finish line. He cannot. 11.92.5 for Neil, 11.99.4 for Paul. Once again, folks, if you have not bought in, you are running really late. If you do not have your buy-ins in, you will not be on the ladder. Once again, if you do not have your buy-ins in, you will not be on the ladder. Make sure you bring them up. You're running really late to bring them up, though. Ooh, 26, Wes Nystrom, ready for it in his 81 GMC. And John 125 in that 2500 2007 Chevy. 1564.8 for the 81 of Wes Nystrom. John goes out the end 1673.2. All right, I'm going to make this first call Super Pro. First call Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. First call Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. For your qualifying round number 1. But to end off our sportsman class, Eric Plintz and Brendan Phillips. Brendan in the 22 Honda Civic SI at Edmonton. In the 2020 Camaro out of Calgary, Eric. Brendan was ready for it. He's 106. Eric, his light starts with a 3. Sure, he'll get that figured out, but he's going to hit the finish line. Going 1277 at 111.5 miles an hour. Brendan, he's 1443 at 98.5 miles an hour. Lance, your winner from earlier in the Super Pro. He's 11 to a 30. Jason Prosser, right-hand side, the Napa lane. Jason hits the finish line, 11:19.5 at 118. Lance, he goes 11:74.8 at 113. Brian Hardluck, Mike Swanson, Edmonton, Alberta for that 73 Dodge Dart Sport, left-hand side of Brian. Mike, he's in his 02 Chevy S10 in the Napa side. 29 to a 125. Brian missed it. Mike was ready for it. Brian hits the finish line 10:34.0, and Mike Swanson goes 11:27.0. Summit side, Dwight Alfry at his 74 Barracuda. Sherwood Park, Alberta. Up against Jason Bourne, Airdrie, Alberta, in his 88 Chevy S10. Sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts, Red Baron Racing. We're going to maybe talk to Jason. We got an event coming up here very soon. We're going to have a Canadian ET Finals coming up here very soon here at Rad Torque Raceway at the end of the month. We're going to have him do a little spiel here later today, tell our racers, tell our fans what's going to be going on at that race. But Jason, he goes 10:31.8 at 130. And Dwight, he goes 10:19.5 at 131.5 miles an hour. Second call, Super Pro. Second call, Super Pro. Juniors, you guys are on deck. Second call for Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Wally Kuzik, Roger Bow. I just got told to say that name right. 78 Chevy Camaro, right-hand side. Up against Wally, he's in left-hand side in his Duster. 74 to a 107. And Roger is going to get there first. 984.7 at 136. Wally, 1180 with a 2 at 117.5. Jason Mercer lost out in the final of Super Pro and is double entered, I believe, in Pro and Super Pro. Up against Kevin White, 71 Duster. White waiting for it. Jason waiting for it as well. Wanting to see that green light. Trying not to be on the absolute bottom of the ladder, but 10:19.6 for Jason, 11:49.6 for Kevin. Alan Warunke, Edmonton, Alberta, 85 Chevy Camaro. And that's Z28, left-hand side, up against Chuck Amioit at a Millet, Alberta, in his 71 Chevy Vega, sponsored by Reward Construction, Global Power Support Resources, and Precision Performance. 57 for Allen and 140 for Chuck. Third and final call, Super Pro. We need you guys in the lanes. 992.8 at 137 for Chuck. 1159.7 for Allen. Once again, third and final call, Super Pro. Third and final call, Super Pro. First call, Junior Dragsters. First call, Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, move on down to the bottom of the staging lanes, please. But on track, Brad Monk, Parkland, Alberta, 64 to Acadian Invader. That bright yellow, 001 for Brad Monk here in qualifying round number 1 of Pro. He goes 9:33 at 145. And trying to get that number 1 qualifying spot is Ed Matajewski. I believe Brad was the best slide of that Pro category, but we'll see what Ed can do. Oh, 13, wanted it, just needed 12 more. Gonna make his way down the racetrack to finish our qualifying for Pro. 12:01 at 109. And into Super Pro we go. Gonna make it second call, Junior Dragsters. Second call, Junior Dragsters down to the staging lanes, please. Second call, Junior Dragsters to follow Super Pro. Now, Sean Tracy, Shaylin Smith. Sean, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 63 Chevy Corvette. With Shaylin Smith, 69 Chevy Camaro out of Sherwood Park, Alberta as well. Double 05 on the wrong side for Sean Tracy. Shaylin, she's 17 up front. Finish line, Sean Tracy, 869 at 156. Shaylin, she goes 10:07.5 at 132. That car just keeps going faster. But now coming up here, Justin Hamlick at Edmonton, Alberta in his 72 Chevy Nova in the Summit side. Up against Bella Della Vecchia. Right-hand side, Ardrosin, Alberta in their 04 Mullis Dragster. Once again, folks, all your ladders will be on Track Vision. Once again, all of your ladders will be on the Track Vision Racing app. You can find it at the back gate, Tech Shack, and at where the ladders used to be posted. You can find yourself a QR code. You probably would have been using it already. If you haven't, I don't know how you keep racing. But back to the racetrack, Bella finding the pre-stage bulb, and so does Justin. She finds a stage bulb. Stage bulb, here we go. 36 to a 46 red. Bella just seen it a little too good. Bella, 841.6 at 158.5 miles an hour. Justin, he goes 957.0 at 141 miles an hour. We're going to round that one up. 147, yeah, 140.7. That's 141. Greg McClellan, Mike Swanson. Mike Swanson is in your Summit side. He's in his 02 Chevy S10. Up against Greg, he's in his 67 Barracuda, right-hand side. Third and final call, Junior Dragsters. Third and final call, Junior Dragsters. Double red, Mike Swanson, 001 red. Oh, just about had another perfect light. We've already had one today by Cody Graves. He was trip zip right off the rip this morning. Mike gets down there 11:20 with a 5 at 119. Greg, he goes 955.3 at 140. Sherman Schlott, Out of Stony Plain, Alberta, in his Spitzer Dragster. Up against Pat Dahaniak, Seba Beach, Alberta, in his 27 Ford Roadster. Sponsored by Alliance Enterprises and Lenbeth CCMR. All right, paid test and tune, paid test and tune. If you want to make a run, you got to come now. First call, paid test and tune. Come on down to the staging lanes. Sherman, 34. Pat, 007. Sherman getting there first, 798.6. That's 170.5 miles an hour. 913.3 at 146 for Pat. Emily Gerard and Corey Osland is your next pair. Corey, sponsored by Mutual Propane. They're also our burnout box sponsor here at Rad Torque Raceway. 2018 SW Dragster up against Emily Gerard and her 02 Dragster. Emily all the way from Chilliwack, British Columbia. Once again, folks, your ladders will be posted on Track Vision. If they are not there yet, they are not done yet. So as soon as they are done, they will be posted on the Track Vision app. So please hold tight. We're just waiting to finish off our Super Pro class and move into Junior Dragsters. 44 for Emily, 007 red for Corey. $19 up front for Larry Peters in his Chevy Nova out of Leduc, or out of Calgary, sorry. He goes 874.5 at 151. Here comes Lance Churchuk for his qualifier in Super Pro in his 70 Duster, sponsored by Pro Light Electric. Second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune to the staging lanes following the Junior Dragsters. Second call, paid test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Lance, 28 up front. Gonna make his solo down the racetrack. Goes 11.72.7 at 113.5 miles an hour. And with that, our qualifying for Super Pro is now over. And now we're going into Junior Thunder. Our first pair of Junior Thunder, Presley McLean versus Ashton Baker. Presley, left-hand side, sponsored by Spruce Grove Canadian Tire, Stephanie McLean, Realtor with 21st Century Masters. Ashton, sponsored by Racers Edge, High River Autoplex, Top Gun Coatings, and Brad's Automotive. 38 for Ashton. Presley, a little bit late, she goes 240. But 11.99.5 for Presley at 52 miles an hour, and Ashton, she goes 12.091 at 53. I'm going to make this third and final call. Third and final call. Paid test and tune. Dylan Baker's on the racetrack. High River, Alberta. 08 KCS Juniors. Racers Edge. High River and Top Gun Coatings. Brad's Automotive helping him out. High River Automotive, pardon me. He's 106. Hits the finish line. 14:05 at 46.5 miles an hour. Once again, third and final call, paid test and tune. Third and final call, paid test and tune, Heavy Metal Mayhem. You guys are on deck for your qualifying round number 1 of Sunday's race. Once again, Heavy Metal Mayhem, this is your courtesy call for first round of qualifying for Sunday's race. Owen Marty, Clara Donaldson. Clara got licensed up yesterday. This is her first race, I believe, at Edmonton, Alberta, in her 17 Boss, sponsored by Hellbound Customs and Genius Detail. Owen, sponsored by Alberta Road Builders in that 2000 Junior left-hand side. Clara getting it figured out. Her lights just keep getting better. She's 87 up front. Owen wanted it real bad, but he goes 69 on the wrong side. He goes 9:15.7 at 69 miles an hour. 12:29.9 for Clara. Now another Marty, Easton Marty, Millet, Alberta, 07 half scale. Sponsored by Touchworks. Up against Sterling Thomas out of Coldstream, British Columbia, right-hand side. All right, I'm going to make this first call. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. This is your first call to the staging lanes for your qualifying round number 1 of Sunday's race. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Qualifying round number 1 of Heavy Metal Mayhem. This is your first call to the staging lanes. .93 to a 124. Easton has the 93. Doesn't get there first. 8:31 at 76.5 miles an hour for Sterling. And Easton, he goes 8:38.4 at 77.5 miles an hour. Brings up Sarah Duchesne versus Cohen LaPriest. Cohen out of Whitecourt, Alberta, in his 16J, and I believe that is a Mike Boss race car. Sponsored by Iron Wing Tank and Vac. They're repping the flags up there in this at the top of the stands. On the right-hand side of the racetrack, Sarah, sponsored by Mobile One, On Great Earthworks, Hightower Oilfield, and Blue Water Group. Total Choice Automotive also helping her out. Cohen turning on the red light by 40. Sarah, she's 117. See who hits the finish line first. Looks like it's going to be Cohen getting there first. 150. 8:97.0 at 72 miles an hour. Sarah Duchesne, she goes 8:96.2 at 72.5. All right, I'm going to make the second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Riker Dupuis is on track, but I need our Heavy Metal Mayhem guys to come on down for their qualifying round number 1. And we'll make it second call for them. Riker, left-hand side of the racetrack, Summit Lane with Benjamin Helena out of Vegreville, Alberta. Riker, sponsored by Lesco Distributors, Morton Distortion Racing, Lone Wolf Bobcat and Auger, and Murray's Truck Parts. Benjamin, sponsored by Helena Farms and SHDP Race Shop. Oh, 19 red for Benjamin Helena. He wants to get as close to that trip zip as he can. But Riker, he goes 37 up front and goes 8:14 at 80.5 miles an hour. Benjamin, 8:39.6 at 76 miles an hour. Here is that diesel-powered Tahoe. Once again, I don't got any information yet. He just got here today. But trying to make a good run here. Going to pull up the boost. That diesel power is crazy. Not able to quite get it to hold while he was pulling up the boost, but making all the smoke going down that left-hand side of the racetrack. Hits the finish line. 12:28 at 121.5 miles an hour. A little slower than last run, but I'm sure they're just getting it figured out since they're in a paid test and tune. Here comes Lane. I want to say Lane Uhlenberg. Left-hand side, 80 Chevy Malibu out of Leduc, Alberta. Third and final call, qualifying round number 1, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call for qualifying round number 1 of Heavy Metal Mayhem. That turbocharged Malibu, add a little bit of a squeal, got out of it, got back into it, hits the finish line. 9:36 at 120. Nice little run for him. For Lane, probably a little bit disappointed in that run. The last run, he made a nice full pass. But Leo Hardaway, in his Ford Altered at Edmonton, Alberta, making some test runs here this weekend. Once again, I just made third and final call for Heavy Metal Mayhem. Round number 1 of eliminations for sportsmen. You guys are on deck. Once again, round number 1 of eliminations for sportsmen. You guys are on deck. 52 for Leo Hardaway, and taking that thing down the racetrack. He goes 8:55 at 1:54, pretty much. Little Chevy Nova doing some test passes as well. Must have just shown up today. No, got a number on file, or got a name on file for him. and appears to have shut it off early. But that Nova making its way down the eighth of a mile at 8:26.7 and 81 miles an hour. And now we've got our Heavy Metal Mayhem drivers underneath the tower for their qualifying round number 1. All right, attention in the pits to all of our drivers. It looks like everybody has paid so far. Thank you so much for not making us chase you guys around. We truly do appreciate it. It makes our job so much easier, and we thank you for it. But on the racetrack, Joe Graves in his 2010 Mullis Dragster out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, up against Justin Dehaniak. Justin, 06 TNT, sponsored by R&D Trailer Rentals, BKE Transportation, and CCMR Performance left side. Ten to a 63. Joe missed it. Justin ready for it. 448 at 155. And Joe, he goes 469.6 at 147. Next pair down the racetrack. Tristan Duchesne out of Beaumont, Alberta, in his Brogy. Mobile 1, Hightower Oilfield, Blue Water Group. Total Choice Automotive helping him out in the Summit side, up against Rebecca Bartel. On Great Earthworks, 03 Mullis Dragster right-hand side. All right, looks like there's something on the end of the track there, folks. We'll be going into a little break here. Waiting for that to get cleaned up. All right, and looks like we are back. Our safety personnel at the top end has deemed that it is good enough to send these cars down the racetrack. Picked up whatever they needed to pick up. And we're going to go back to Tristan and Rebecca on the racetrack. Here we go. Brett Fitt, make your way to the tower with your money now. Brett Fit to the tower as soon as possible. But on that last pair, Tristan Duchesne, 547.0 at 125. Rebecca Bartel, 461.8 at 149. Once again, Brett Fit, you need to make your way to the tower now. On the racetrack, Jody Herdman, Edmonton, Alberta, 11 M&M Dragster, Lone Wolf Bobcat. Right-hand side in your Napa Lane, Summit side, Michael Scholl, or Mike Scholl. Calgary, Alberta, 22 TNT Dragster, Sunset Performance Engines, FTI Converters and Transmissions, and Pro 1 Safety Canada. Jody's in first, Mike to follow. Jody needs to put some in the box. 16th thou red. Michael, he's 14 up front and goes 460 with a 1 at 151. Jody, 490 with a 4 at 141. Next pair, Cody Graves, Sherwood Park, Alberta, 07 TNT Dragster up against Dale Bristow. Ford, Saskatchewan, Alberta, 08 Mullis Dragster, Bell Engines Precision Performance. Left-hand side, or your Summit Lane. Cody Graves, he is still in, actually, in our semifinal from our makeup race. Maybe going to try to win some more money in this race. Oh, Cody turning at 13 on the wrong side. Dale missed it. He's 70 up front, goes 460 at 151. And Cody, he goes 464.8 at 149. Oh, Lincoln Rutherford, Holden Fratton. Holden out of Gibbons, Alberta, in his 77 Pontiac Astri, right-hand side. Had this car before, sold it, got it back, and he is here racing it. Love to see it. He's going up with his buddy Lincoln in his 71 Ford Pinto, nicknamed Bucksheye. Sponsored by Rebel Fit, Nutrition, Royal Projects Incorporated, in your Summit Lane. Oh, trip, zip, Lincoln Rutherford. Holden Fratton is 2 on the wrong side. They must have had a bet in the pits. They wanted that perfect light, and it looks like Lincoln got it. 637.0 at 100 miles an hour for Lincoln, 106.5 at 645.3 for Holden. Lincoln wasn't driving both cars. I almost tripped myself up there. Oh, we got a pair of Modersons. Danny left-hand side, Randy right-hand side. They raced first round here yesterday in their makeup race. Both from out of Edmonton, Alberta. Danny, Flutter Boutique, helping her out. And for Randy, Specialty Pressure Service and Moderson Trucking helping him out. Moderson actually still in the makeup race as well. Here we go. 002, Randy Moderson. Danny missed it. Goes 90 up front. Randy hits the finish line first, 509.9 at 136. Danny, she goes 564.3 at 124. First call eliminations, Sportsman. First call eliminations for Sportsman. I'd like you guys down in the staging lanes. Once again, first call for first round of eliminations for our Sportsman class. Next pair, Pat DeHoniak, Teresa Gates. Pat out of Seba Beach, Alberta, in his 27 Ford Roadster. Alliance Enterprises, Lethbridge, Weeping Tile, and CCMR helping him out. And for Teresa in her 07 TNT Summit side, she's sponsored by Fast Times Machining. $62 to a 15. Teresa missed it. Pat was ready for it. Teresa hits the finish line, 493 at 140.5 miles an hour. Pat, he goes 574.3 at 118. At 118, pardon me, getting a little tripped up here. Been talking a lot this morning. We got a pair of Talbots. What is with everybody? Everybody just wants to race their family today. Because Jeff and Jason. Jeff, left-hand side, he's got the 71 Chevy Chevelle. Actually, I shouldn't say that they're family because I don't know if they are. I'm going to assume. But the 67 Chevy Nova is Jason, right-hand side. Oh, problems for both of them. Not sure what happened to Jason or Jeff. They both left before the tree could even come down. And that is not Jason Mercer in the car. He is standing on the starting line. Now, who is the mystery driver running the Roadster, I wonder? I believe it's his daughter. I want to say it's Isabel if my memory checks out, but I can't remember. Someone will tell me that later. But Ray Gates, left-hand side, and a Medicine Hat Albert in his 2018 Miller Dragster Fast Times Machining sponsored. Second call, round number 1 of eliminations for Sportsman. Second call, round number 1 of eliminations for Sportsman. Ray, 56 up front. Isabel rolling through the tree and going to take a stroll down the racetrack. But Ray, he goes 463.5 at 149.5 miles an hour. And that's Tanner Gates, right-hand side in the Napa lane. 2009 TNT Dragster. Oh, my God, I was seeing it was 2008 yesterday. Dang it. But he's in his 09 TNT. Sponsored by Fast Times Machining. Darren O'Connor in his 1990 Ford Mustang out of Ponoka, Alberta. Just got this car, brought it out, bracket racing it. I'm going to make a courtesy call for Pro, round number 1 of eliminations. Courtesy call for Pro. Be ready when I call you to come on down to the staging lanes. Darren and Tanner racing again. Qualifying round number 1 of our Sunday qualifier. Tanner nails it. 16 up front. Darren, he's a little bit on the wrong side. 17 red. Tanner goes 450 at 156. And Darren, he goes 649.1 at 110. Here's Mark Bold and Wayne DeRose. Wayne DeRose in the 68 Camaro out of Fort St. John, British Columbia. Mark, he's at a Red Deer in his 08 Mullis Dragster, sponsored by Hughes Performance and Simpson Racing. $25 to a $34. Mark Bold is 25 up front and goes 485.3 at 142. Wayne DeRose, he goes 590 with a 9 at 117. Super Pro, you have an updated ladder. Super Pro, you have an updated ladder. Check your track vision. Once again, Super Pro, make sure that you check your ladder, because there has been an update. Next pair, Reed Thomas, Edmonton, Alberta, 66 Chevy Chevelle up against Lane DeRose, Fort St. John, British Columbia. It is 06 TNT Dragster in a Napa side. 14 to a 13. Fought triple 5-2 for Lane DeRose at the finish line, goes 129. And for Reed, he's 627.8 at a 112. All right, third and final call, Sportsman. Third and final call, Sportsman. As soon as you guys are in your pairs, make your way down behind our Heavy Metal Mayhem so I can get Pro in the lanes. Once again, once you guys are paired up in Sportsman, move your way down to the bottom of the staging lanes so I can call the next class. But up next, Tony Ostrakar out of Drayton Valley, Alberta, in his 84 Ford Ranger Ultra Arc Welding. And Johnny's Glass helping him out up against Shane Heinrich. I can't. No, I'm not doing it. I can't. Mundare, Alberta, in that TNT dragster, Napa side. He's 23 up front, Tony 13. And he's actually still in the makeup race for the heavy metal yesterday. So he just made a couple runs this morning, and now he's in the qualifier trying to make some more money. But he goes 7:01.4 at 1:03. Now we got the PT Cruiser of Warren Niche at Edmonton, Alberta. With Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, in her O2 dragster, going to make her qualifier round number 1 here to get on the ladder, try to win some more money. $22 to a 12. Warren has the 12 reaction time, hits the stripe. 5:79.8 at 1:16. Emily Gerard, she goes 4:70 with a 7 at 1:47.5 miles an hour. Well, sportsmen, if you're not here, you are late, because I'm going to make this first call for Pro. First call for Pro to the staging lanes, please, for your round number 1 of eliminations. Pro, round number 1 of eliminations. It is your turn. Make your way to the staging lanes, please. Robin DeRose, Braden Helena. Braden still in, won the first race, still in the semifinals of the second race, qualifying for the third race. He's in his 67 Ford Mustang, or Shelby Mustang, sponsored by Helena Farms and SDHP Race Shop, SHDP Race Shop. And Robin DeRose in his 09 Mullis Dragster is in your Summit side. $13 to an 8. Robin with the 8. Gonna get there first, Robin. 5:23 at 1:31. Braden goes out the end 5:45 at 1:28. And now into round number 1 of eliminations for Sportsman. All right, once again, folks, if you guys need food, you guys need water, you need wobbly pops, whatever you need to have here at the racetrack, you can get it at the Rad Torque Raceway concession right behind the tower. Keep yourself hydrated today. It is warm. But we're moving into round number 1 of eliminations. Let's do it. Neil McDonald trying to get those tires nice and warm in that 68 Chevy Chevelle, dialed in at 1194. Brendan Phillips out of Edmonton in his 22 Honda Civic SI, dialed in at 1446. Oh, 56 to 107. Brendan Phillips has got 50 to work with. 51. Can he make use of it at the top end of the racetrack? He cannot. Neil McDonald gets around 23. He goes 11.99.8 on 11.94. Brendan, he goes 14.59.3 on a 14.46. Needed to bump the dial in up quite a little bit to hold off Neil. But our next pair, Jaden Melnick, Kevin Lupine. Kevin out of Surrey, British Columbia in his 14 Dodge Ram, and Jaden in his 79 Chevy Malibu right-hand side. 1440 to an 1155 of the Malibu. Second call, pro round number one. Second call, pro round number one. Red light start for Kevin Lupine. Which is going to give Jaden Melnick the win light. Goes 1186.6, taking 13 on 1185 dial. Nice little run for Jaden, and we'll be moving on into round number two of Sportsman. Next pair, Randy Wilton, Wally Kuzik. Spruce Grove, Alberta, 75 Duster for Wally. Dialed in at 1178 up against Randy. Randy, who's out of Edmonton as well. 87 Toyota Camry, dialed in at 1390. Going to be hear some popping and banging out of that Camry. Here we go. And Wally got worlds to work with. Let's see if he makes use of it. He does. Goes 1181.2 on an 1178 dial. Randy, he goes 1392.1 on a 1390. Paul Blagden, Rob Klein Beekman, pardon me, 22 Dodge Magnum right-hand side, dialed in at 1440. Up against Paul out of Beaumont in his 76 Scamp, dialed in at 12 flat. Advantage, Paul Blagden got a bit to work with. Can he make use of it at the finish line? Oh, you can hear it. He used it. Taking 24 to put it 2/10 above Rob. Goes 1459 on a 1440. John Schmidt and out of Sherwood Park, Alberta in his 07 Chevy 2500. John dialed in at 1685, 1608 for Debbie Surratt, 72 Buick Riviera up against the big truck. Advantage to the Buick. Win light to the truck. Debbie getting there first, but breaks it out. She goes 1599.7 on a 1608. John, he goes 1695.0 on a 1685. And we'll be moving on to the next round. And our winner from earlier is in the burnout box. Waylon Carlson at Edmonton, Alberta in his 03 Dodge Dakota. Tire Varsity West Clean Northern helping him out. Dialed in at 1308. Pardon me, folks. Just warming up here today. Kevin Greenan out of Flaxcombe, Saskatchewan in his 70 Nova. Left-hand side, dialed in at 1220. Oh, Waylon Carlson turns it red. Win light, Kevin Greenan. Kevin going to be moving on to the next round. Let's see what they actually run at the end of the track here. Oh, Waylon was fixing to be nasty. He goes dead 4. Kevin, he goes 1214.3 on a 1220 dial. Third and final call, pro. Third and final call for pro. If you guys have your pairs, make your way down to the bottom of the staging lanes. Third and final call for pro. And I'm going to make this first call, Super Pro to the staging lanes. First call, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Jared Greenan has got a lot to work with in that GMC. Eric Plintz is in trouble. Shutting it off early. Jared Greenan going to turn on the win light. Goes 1191.1 on 1182. Eric, he goes 1301.6 on a 1282. Ashley Isabel versus Wes Nystrom. 2008 Magnum SRT left-hand side up against an 81 GMC. Ashley going to have to wait because West dialed in at 1564 and she's dialed in at 1246. Oh, Ashley got a lot to make up because the advantage on the starting line goes to Wes. He's 19. Ashley's light starts with a 1. Can Wes get rid of it? Oh, yeah, he can. Puts it 2 above 3, taking a lot. Ashley goes out 12.54.8 at 12.46. All right, Heavy Metal Mayhem. There's 2 of you who have not paid. Now, we will make an exception here today. All right? We're open here today at Rad Torque Raceway. The 2 who have not paid, we are not going to create your ladder until you come up to the tower and pay. So if you have not paid, you are holding up the show. Once again, for our 2 drivers in Heavy Metal Mayhem who have not paid, if you're thinking you have not paid for Sunday's race, you need to come up to the tower and pay. Because we will not create the ladder until you have, and you're going to hold up the show for everybody else. That last pair, Chad McKenzie goes 12.16.4 on 1190 dial. Huxley Wolfeater, he breaks it out trying to get there. Which brings up our pro category. Lance Churchuk, he's 26 up front up against Roger Bow. Shit, I forgot. 984.8. On a 984 for Roger, not going to get there. Lance getting there 20 thou in front and puts it 5 above. Next pair, Kevin White, Alan Warunke. Kevin out of Sturgeon, Alberta, in his 71 Duster. Dialed in at 11.49. Alan, 11.57 the dial in the Camaro left-hand side. Advantage to Kevin White. He's got 80 to work with. And doesn't make it happen. Breaks it out 6 thou. Trying to take a stripe. Allen, he goes dead 7 and is moving on to the next round. Kevin breaking it out 6 thou. Dwight Alfry, Jason Bourne. Jason out of Airdrie, Alberta in his 88 Chevy S10. Lordco Auto Parts, Red Baron Racing. Dialed in at 10.08. 10:28, sorry. Dwight dialed in at 10:19. Double red light, win light, Dwight. 36 red for Jason, 21 red for Dwight. And Dwight gonna take the win light, goes dead 7, and Jason putting it 3 under 5. Or 25 thou under, sorry, pardon me. Jason Prosler, Chuck Amioit. Second call, Super Pro to staging. Second call, Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Advantage to Chuck. He's got 60 in the bag. Once again, we need our 2 heavy metal drivers to come and pay. We need you as soon as possible so we can create the ladder. We need the 2 drivers who have not paid to come and pay. Chuck, get turning on the win light, puts it a lot above, getting there a lot. Jason, not sure what happened. Car runs 19 above. Next pair, Ed Matajewski, 11.99 the dial. Brian Harlock, 10.34 the dial. In the Dodge Dart Sport, up against the Nova. 32 to a 45. Can Brian get around the Nova of Ed Matajewski? No, he cannot. Dead 6 for Ed Matajewski. He is 38 total, locking out Brian Harlock with the 45 light. Brian trying to chase him down, goes 10.36-2, but was locked out at the starting line. Brad Monk, Wally Kuzik. Wally, 1975 Duster, dialed in 11.75. Up against Brad Monk out of Parkland, Alberta, in his 64 Acadian Invader. 9.34 the dial for him. $17 for Wally, 43 for Brad. Win light, to Brad. He goes 933.2 on a 934, breaking out less. Wally had to take 20 or less. He goes 1169 with a 0 on 1175, and is done for the day in our pro category. Jason Mercer, left-hand side, at a Chestermere in his 07, or in his Roadster, pardon me. Mike Swanson in his 02 Chevy S10 is trying to stop him. The S10 dialed in 1125, the Roadster 1029. I'm going to make this third and final call. Third and final call for Super Pro to the staging lanes. Third and final call for Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Jason, 82. Mike, 39 red. Win light going to go to Jason Mercer. And shuts it off early. Mike, he goes 11.26.9 at 118. We're just going to wait and make sure that Jason can make his way off the racetrack. Super Pro, where are you? Super Pro, where are you? We need you now. Well, I think we're missing a couple of you. Bella Della Vecchia, right-hand side. Justin Hamlet going to turn on the win light. Bella, she's one thou on the wrong side of the tree. Justin Hamlet going to take this win and shut it off early. Goes 10.48.3 on a 9.56. Bella, she goes 8.37.4 on an 8.41. Sherman Schlott and Greg McClellan. Greg dialed in at 9.54 and Sherman dialed in at 7.96. In that Spitzer dragster trying to chase down that 67 Barracuda. Oh, advantage to Sherman. Got a lot in the bag. And going to be turning on the win light. 798.5 on a 796 dial. Taking a lot. Greg, he's 956.5 on a 954, but lost it in the... Pat DeHoniak dialed in at 913, going to get the bye here. Junior Dragsters, I believe you guys are in the lanes, but I'm going to make a first call for Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Pat, 004, and goes dead 7. Can I have Braden Helena come to the tower, please? Braden Helena, can you make your way to the tower, please? Second floor, please. Braden Helena, make your way to the tower, please. All right, to finish off our Super Pro category, Brett Fitt, Emily Gerard. Brett in his 62 Chevy Nova trying to run away, dialed in a 962. .972, pardon me, for Brett Fitt. Emily dialed in at 743. $13 red, Brett Fitt. $39 green for Emily Gerard. And moving on to the next round of Super Pro is Emily Gerard. 740 with a 2 on a 743 dial. Brett goes out the end 981.7 on a 972. Now for Sean Tracy, dialed in at 869. Larry Peters, dialed in at 875. The Corvette is out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. All right, second call, Junior Dragsters. Second call, Junior Dragsters. First call, paid test and tune. Second call, Junior Dragsters. First call, paid test and tune. To the staging lanes, please. $46 to an $80. Advantage, Larry Peters. Can Sean Tracy get around? No, he cannot. Larry Peters, he goes 879.3 on an 875 dial. Sean puts it one above 6, but is 7th out behind, ending his day here today. Next pair, Mike Swanson, Shaylin Smith. Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta is where Mike calls home in his 02 Chevy S10, 1125 dial for him. Shaylin in her 69 Chevy Camaro is dialed in at 1007. Oh, double O's a pair, but one of them is red. Shaylin going to be happy with that one, taking her stroll down the racetrack to go 10-11 with a 1. Mike, he's wasting gas, goes 11.26.0 and 11.25. And for our last pair of Super Pro, before we move into our Junior Dragsters, Corey Osland, Lance Churchuk. Corey in the Dragster, dialed in at 770, and is going to have a 4-second wait, and is going to watch Lance Churchuk run down the racetrack in his 70 Duster, dialed in at 1174, sponsored by Pro Light Electrics. Holy, 45 of you guys in the chat bleachers. Good to see you guys here. Glad to see you guys here. Awesome to see you guys watching some racing here at Rad Torque Raceway. But the advantage here goes to Lance Churchuk. And he's got 40 in the bag on Corey. Corey is going to hit the stripe first by 28, but had no chance. Lance Churchuk goes 79 total, locking out Corey. Lance was dead 6. Now, to our juniors. Second call, paid test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Presley McLean, Ashton Baker. High River, Alberta, where Ashton calls home in her 06 Hardin. Presley, right-hand side in the Napa lane. Sponsored by Spruce Grove Canadian Tire. Stephanie McLean, realtor with Century 21 Masters. And for Ashton, Racer's Edge, High River Autoplex, Top Gun Coatings, and Brad's Automotive helping her on left-hand side. All right, attention in the pits. Our heavy metal ladders have been posted. Heavy metal ladders have been just posted. And for all of our other drivers waiting for their ladders, they are coming very soon. Doing a little bit of qualifying here for our junior dragsters. They want another hit. So Ashton, she went out the end 12:15 with a 2 at 52 miles an hour. Presley, she goes 12:10-2 at 52 miles an hour as well. Brings up Dylan Baker in his 08 KCS Junior Dragster Racer's Edge. High River, Autoplex, Top Gun Coatings, and Brad's Automotive helping him out. Third and final call, paid test and tune. Third and final call, paid test and tune. Once again, that was third and final call for paid test and tune. Heavy Metal Mayhem, Heavy Metal Mayhem, you guys are on deck. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can I make this first call? Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to the staging lanes, please. Sterling Thomas and Riker Dupuis. Riker Dupuis is 009, Sterling 67. Riker getting there first, 8:19.2. Sterling goes at the end, 8:55.6. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to the staging lanes, please. which will bring up our last junior, Benjamin Helena. Helena Farm sponsored SHDP Truck and Auto Shop. Sponsored junior dragster here. Once again, if you did not hear me, Heavy Metal Mayhem, round number two of eliminations. This is your second call. Round two, round one of eliminations. Second call to the staging lanes, please. All right, here goes Jeanette Coleman, some paid test and tune. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem to the staging lanes. Jeanette, she's 31 up front and goes 11:68, gets out of it early. Which brings up the 90 Acura Integra of Robin Matos. You heard it popping and banging earlier. Let's see what he can do on the racetrack. A lot of popping and banging, and now he's trying to pull up the boost. He found it. Here he goes. Ends up hitting the finish line 14:40 at 101. Leo Hardaway in his 23 altered out of Edmonton making his test hit. 48 and going to make his way down the quarter mile. Leo hits the finish line 8:76.2 at 1:51, which brings up Lane Olberg and this diesel-powered Chevy Tahoe. Lane, he's in his 80 Chevy Malibu that's turboed. And a big old diesel turbo right-hand side. Once again, third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call for Heavy Metal Mayhem, round number 1 of eliminations. Lane Olberg making a move left, but gets back into it. Hits the finish line. 10:02 at 98 miles an hour. Got out of it, obviously. But the truck, or the Tahoe, pardon me, goes 12:70 with a 7 at 95. All right, here we go. Round number 1 of eliminations here on our Heavy Metal Saturday race. Darren O'Connor, Ponoka, Alberta, 90 Ford Mustang. Up against the 27 Ford Roadster of Pat DeHoniak at Aceba Beach, dialed in at 575, trying to chase down the 649 Mustang. $39 to very late. Darren is in full control. Noses it over, puts it one above 2. Darren O'Connor making his way to the next round. Pat trying to chase him down, breaks it out. Goes 574.3 on a 575. Which will bring up a pair of dragsters. Michael Scholl, Jody Herdman. Herdman in his 11 M&M dragster, sponsored by Lone Wolf Bobcat, is in your Napa lane, dialed in at 491. Michael Scholl in the Summit lane, dialed in at 460. Sunset Performance, FTI converters and transmissions, as well as Pro One Safety, helping him out left-hand side. Michael made it to the final round of Saturday's double pay, double points race for Heavy Metal Mayhem, and trying to win some more money here. Advantage, Michael Scholl. He's got 13 in the bag. Can he get rid of it in front of Herdman? No. Herdman is 37, dead 2, taking 14. Michael Scholl to get behind, puts it 2 above 9, doesn't get there. Jody Herdman moving on. Dale Bristow, Tristan Duchesne, Beaumont, Alberta in his Brogy. This is where Tristan calls home. In that Summit lane, dialed in at 546. He's sponsored by Mobile One, Hightower Oilfield, Blue Water Group, and Total Choice Automotive. Dale, he calls Fort Saskatchewan his home. 2008 Mullish Dragster, Bell Engines, and Precision Performance helping him out. He's dialed in at 460. .007 to a 61. Dale Bristow, you are in trouble. Oh my goodness, Tristan Duchesne just 9 packs Dale Bristow and puts him on the trailer. Tristan is 7, dead 2, taking 79. You madman, Tristan. But moving on nonetheless. Next pair, Warren Niche in his 02 PT Cruiser out of Edmonton, Alberta. Dialed in at 6 flat, going up against Teresa Gates out of Medicine Hat, Alberta in her 07 TNT Dragster in the Napa lane. Dialed in at 494. Who is going to find the pre-stage bolt first? Teresa finds it. Warren to follow. Here goes Teresa. There goes Warren. Here we go. 008 to a 13. 5 thou advantage. Warren Niche. Can Teresa Gates get around and shake that scoop, baby? Yes, she can. 495-1. To get behind 34. Warren breaks it out, trying to run away. Goes 598-2. On a 6 flat dial, had to take 17 or less. The next gates, Ray, Medicine Hat, Alberta, 2018 Miller Dragster, dialed in at 464, trying to run away from Justin DeHoniak out of Spruce Grove. In his 06 TNT Dragster, sponsored by R&D Trailer Rentals, BKE Transportation, and CCMR Performance. Hey, Sportsman, I got a courtesy call for you. Courtesy call for round number 2 of eliminations for Sportsman. This is a courtesy call. Now let's get back to some heavy metal action. Who's going to turn on the stage bulbs? Oh, they're both in right away. Here we go. Oh, Ray Gates trying to run away is going to want that one back. He puts it dead 9, but is 11 on the wrong side. Justin DeHoniak is 58 and dead 1. Rebecca Bartel back up here to make another run in eliminations here. Red Deer, Alberta is where she calls home. 03 Mullish Dragster on Great Earthworks helping her out. Trying to take down Randy Moderson. Randy still in the other race from Saturday in his 63 Chevy Corvette, but he wants to win some more money. Dialed in at 509. Here we go. 52 to a 149. Oh, Rebecca, you are in trouble. Randy Moderson is there. He goes dead 8, taking 94. Randy Moderson moving on. Rebecca, she goes 461.6 on a 461, but the reaction time was the story. Next pair. Oh, a pair of DeRoses, but it looks like there's only one here. Wayne DeRose, unfortunately, not able to make the call, given the competition bye to Robin DeRose in his 09 Mullis Dragster out of Fort St. John, British Columbia, dialed in at 522 and moving on. All right, I'm going to make this first call. Sportsman, round number 2 of eliminations. Wow, I'm getting tripped up here. Round number 2 of eliminations for Sportsman. You guys can make your way to the staging lanes. This is your first call. Robin missed it, puts it 3 above 0, but is moving on nonetheless. Shane out of Mundare, Alberta, dialed in at 477 in that TNT Dragster, sponsored by Helena Farms and SHDP Race and Auto Shop. He is trying to run down Jeff Talbot. Talbot in his 71 Chevy Chevelle, sponsored by Onyx, River Oil Field Construction, Wolf Mids Team. 544 the dial for him. Trying to take down another dragster here in this heavy metal class. Oh, advantage Shane Hendrick. He is 6th now in the bag and gonna be in front. Doesn't get rid of it. Oh, what a burner. Oh, that one hurts for Shane. He's taking 21, had to take 21 or less. He breaks it out 3-10 thou to turn on the win light for Jeff Talbot, who puts it 1 above 5 and is moving on to second round of eliminations. Reed Thomas out of Edmonton, Alberta, in his 66 Chevy Chevelle, 627 the dial, up against Joe Graves out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, in his 2010 Mullis Dragster, dialed in at 469. All right, I'm going to make it second call Sportsman. Second call Sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Second call for Sportsman to the staging lanes. Reed Thomas has got Joe packed up. He's got 30 in the bag. Can he get rid of it? He does. Goes 630 with a 9, taking 2. Woo! Cutting her a little close there, Reed. Joe, he's 470 with a 1 on a 469. And going to be packing it up for the weekend. Which brings up Mark Bold and Lincoln Rutherford. Lincoln dialed in at 636 in his 71 Ford Pinto out of Wembley, Alberta. Sponsored by Rebel Fit Nutrition, Royal Projects Incorporated. Trying to take down Mark Bold in his 808 Mullis Dragster Summit Napa side. Out of Red Deer, 487 the dial for him. Mark Bold turns on the red light. He is 3 on the wrong side. Lincoln Rutherford moving on. He is 2 above 6 to be behind 47. Doesn't matter. Lincoln was 30 on the tree, but Mark Bold, 003 red, puts it 1 above 2. Going to be packing it up for the weekend. Tanner Gates, Sasha Mercer. Think I called out Isabella earlier, but it's actually Sasha Mercer. That is Sasha Mercer. Pardon me. Out of Chestermere. Dialed in at 657 in that roadster in your Summit Lane. Going up against Tanner Gates out of Medicine Hat, Alberta in his 09 TNT Dragster. Sponsored by Fast Times Machining. He's dialed in at 450. Third and final call. Third and final call. I need our sportsman drivers to the staging lanes, please. Third and final call. Sportsman drivers to the staging lanes, please. Tanner getting the win light, puts it 31 green, doesn't matter. He goes 449.6 on a 450 dial to be behind. Sasha, she goes 656.5, but it's 36 on the wrong side of the tree, which ends her day. Cody Graves trying to go some more rounds. He's still in our other event, so is Randy, but Randy is still in this race as well. Cody dialed in at 465 in his 07 TNT Dragster out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Dialed in 465. Lane DeRose, 554 in his 06 TNT Dragster out of Fort St. John, British Columbia, near Napa Lane. Oh, Cody Graves wanted it too bad and is done in this race. Lane DeRose, he goes 446.7 on a 454 on a 546.7 on a 554. Cody goes 465.6 on a 465. Was fixing to be nasty, but that red light ending his chances here in Sunday's race. Now Emily Gerard and Jason Talbot. Talbot in his 67 Chevy Nova out of Calgary, dialed in at 520. Up against Emily Gerard out of Chilliwack, British Columbia in her 02 Dragster. She's dialed in at 472. $98 to a 30. Emily Gerard has got room to work with. And she gets there. Puts it a lot above to give it back. Jason Talbot breaking it out 4th thou. Taking a lot. Emily Gerard getting saved there, but moving on nonetheless. Holden Fratton, right-hand side in your Napa Lane. 647 the dial. In his 77 Pontiac Astrea out of Gibbons. Trying to take down the man who nobody can take down this weekend, apparently. Braden Helena out of Vegreville, Alberta, in his Ford Shelby Mustang. Dialed in at 545. Going to give chase to the little Astrea. All right, can I have our first call pro? First call pro to the staging lanes. 10 to a 36. Braden Helena might have met his match. He's 26 behind. Womp, womp, womp. Oh, Holden Fratton on a double breakout is going to lose it. Braden, he goes 544.8 on a 545. Holden taking 37. Breaks it out 13th thou. And ending his Sunday here, but Braden still moving on to the next round of Heavy Metal Mayhem. Danny Moderson versus Tony Osrikar. Tony out of Drayton Valley, Alberta in his 84 Ford Ranger. Our last of our semifinalists from the other race is dialed in at 7 flat. Trying to take him down, Danny dialed in at 564 in her 99 red dragster, sponsored by Flutter Boutique. Here we go. Oh, advantage Tony Osterkar. He has got a lot to work with. About 100. Gets there. 16, dead 6, 22 total. Danny locked out. Had no chance of winning that race. All right, I'm going to make a second call pro class. Second call pro to staging lanes, please. All right, Wes Nystrom going to get the bye run here into the next round of Sportsman in his 81 GMC truck out of Edmonton. Dialed in at 1564. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Pro round number two. Pro round number two of eliminations. This is your second call of the staging lanes. Pro round number two of eliminations. If you guys can make your way down to the staging lanes, please, this is your second call. Getting the freebie here for Wes. He's 23 on the wrong side, but it does not matter. Getting the Byron here. Can also have Jason Bourne come on up to the tower. Jason Bourne, if you can make your way to the tower, please. Wes there, he goes 15.62.9 on a 15.64. Which brings up Jaden Melnick and Chad McKenzie. Melnick out of Leduc, Alberta in his 79 Chevy Malibu, dialed in at 1183. Up against Chad McKenzie, dialed in at 1205 in his 2008 Dodge Charger at Edmonton. Oh, advantage to Jaden. He's got a lot to work with. And makes it work. Taking 11. Jaden Melnick goes 12 flat with a 2. And is moving on into round number 2. Round number 3 of Sportsman, which should be our semifinal. Our next pair, Neil McDonald, 1197 the dial, up against Paul Blagden in his 76 Scamp. Dialed in at 12 flat, summit side. Those cars should be side by side, and they are not. Neil McDonald has got a lot of room and gets rid of it, puts it 3 above 4, and going to turn on the win light. Paul Blagden breaking it out, 18 thou, to be putting his car into the trailer, but Neil moving on to the next round. This pair, Jared Greenan out of Devon, Alberta in his 82 GMC C1500, dialed in at 1182. Wally Kuzik in his Duster, dialed in at 1172. All right, third and final call for Pro. Third and final call, Pro class, to the staging lanes, please. Third and final call, Pro class. Wally turning in 18 red, giving the win light to Jared. Jared goes 8 thou under, but it doesn't matter. He's going to be moving on to the red light of Wally. Now I got John Schmidt versus Kevin Greenan. Chevy on Chevy. One is a Nova, one is a 2500. John dialed in at 1695 and Kevin dialed in at 1215. I'm going to make this first call Super Pro. First call Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. First call Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Red light start, Kevin Greenan. Win light, John Schmidt. That Chevy 2500 is going to be making it one more round. And goes 1692 with a 9 on a 1695 dial. Kevin, he goes out the end 1220 with a 9 on a 1215. Which will bring us into Pro. Round number 2 of eliminations. Brad Monk getting the single and is an Acadian Invader. Dialed in at 933. And is now moving on to the third round of Pro. All right, second call Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Second call Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Now, to bring up Pro, Dwight Alfry out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, 74 Barracuda up against Ed Matajewski in his 72 Chevy Nova. Ed, 1199. Dwight, 1019 in your summit lane. Ed Matajewski is one thou on the wrong side. Dwight, 70, and taking that Barracuda to the next round. Goes dead 3. Ed shutting it off early. Goes 12-13-9. Which will bring up Lance Churchuk and Chuck Amioit in his 71 Chevy Vega. Reward Construction, Global Power Sport Resources, and Precision Performance helping out the Vega. Dialed in at 994. And Lance Churchuk in his 69 Duster, dialed in at 1174. Oh, an advantage to Chuck. He's got about 30. A little bit more than that. Looks like 34 in the bag. Can he get around Lance and dip the nose? Yes, he can. Goes 996-2 on a 994 dial. Lance, he goes 1169-4 and 1174, breaking it out. Now we got Jason Mercer back in the Roadster, dialed in at 1028, and Alan Warunke in his 85 Camaro, dialed in at 1155. Third and final call, Super Pro. Third and final call, Super Pro. We need you guys in the staging lanes. I'm going to make this first call, Junior Dragsters. Third and final call, Super Pro. First call, Junior Dragsters. Advantage to Allen. Can Allen hold off the charge of the Roadster? He's got 11 in the bag. No. Yes, he can. Pardon me. Puts it one above 0 to be 39 total. Jason, 40 on the tree, and had no chance. Has to break it out to take the stripe by 29. All right, and to start us off in Super Pro, Shaylin Smith out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, in her 69 Chevy Camaro. CS upholstery and hair by Shaylin helping her out. 10:07 the dial. 15 up front for Shaylin. And she goes 10-13-2 on the 10:07 dial at 132 miles an hour. All right, next pair, Sherman Schlott out of Stony Plain, Alberta, and his Spitzer Dragster, dialed in at 796, trying to chase down the Roadster of Pat Dehoniak, dialed in at 913. Oh, 003 red for Sherman Schlott. 77 on the tree for Pat Dehoniak. Getting there first is actually Sherman, but that red light ends his day. He goes 799-1 on a 796. Pat 912 with the 1 on a 913. Holy chat bleachers, there's 50 of you guys here. Good to see you guys here. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We're just getting through our round number 2 of Super Pro. And right now, Lance Churchuk, left-hand side, Leduc, Alberta, in his 70 Duster. With Emily Gerard in the Napa lane, right-hand side, in her 02 Dragster. Lance dialed in at 1170. Emily dialed in at 741. Oh, too long of a wait. Emily Gerard turns it 14 on the wrong side. Lance Churchuk, he's 20 and 5 above 2 to be behind. Emily, she goes dead 6, but the red light ends her day in Super Pro. All right, first call, paid test and tune. First call, paid test and tune to the staging lanes, please. First call, paid test and tune to the staging lanes, please. We're going to watch Larry Peters do his run. Little competition break here for Larry Peters. Justin Hamlick not able to make the call. Larry out of Calgary, Alberta in his Chevy Nova, dialed in at 877. And problems for Larry off the start line. Didn't even come up on the chip, but he still goes a 9:54 with a 6. All right, for our Junior Thunder, first round here, Dylan Baker, Ashton Baker. 06 Hardin versus 08 KCS. Dylan in the right-hand side, Ashton left-hand side, Winlight left-hand side. Ashton winning it off a red light from Dylan. He's 49 on the wrong side. Ashton 91. And goes 12:07.3 on a 12:09. Dylan goes 14:13 on a 14:15. And racing against Ashton will be Presley McLean out of Onaway, Alberta, and her junior dragster. Sponsored by Spruce Grove Canadian Tire and Stephanie McLean, Realtor with Century 21 Masters. Second call, test and tune. Second call, paid test and tune. Make your way down to the staging lane. Second call, paid test and tune. Presley turning on the green light and moving on to our Junior Thunder final. Coming up now, Sarah Duchesne, Cohen Laprice. Cohen, sponsored by Iron Wing Tank and Vac. He's dialed in at 895. Sarah dialed in at 9 flat. She's sponsored by Mobile One On Grade Earthworks, Hightower Royal Field, Blue Water Group, and Total Choice Automotive. Third and final call, paid test and tune. Third and final call, paid test and tune. The advantage, Cohen the Priest. He's got 22 thou in the bag. Can he make use of it at the end of an eighth of a mile? No. Double breakout win, Sarah Duchesne. She puts it 1 hunt under. Cohen, he takes 40. Needed to take 23 or less. Next pair, Riker Dupuis, Easton Marty. Marty in his 07 Haskell is out of Millet, Alberta. He's sponsored by Torchworks. Dialed in at 841. Riker out of Millet as well. He's sponsored by Lesco Distributors, Morton Distortion Racing, Lone Wolf Bobcat and Auger, and Murray's Truck Parts. Dialed in at 818 in the Napa lane. All right, I'm going to make this third and final call. Third and final call, paid test and tune. Third and final call, paid test and tune. I'm going to make this first call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. First call, Heavy Metal Mayhem for round number 2 of eliminations. Winlight, Riker Dupuis puts it 1 above 8 to be behind. Easton taking too much at the stripe. He goes 8:33.9 on an 8:41. Next pair, another Marty, Owen Marty out of Millet. In his 2000 Junior Dragster, sponsored by Alberta Road Builders, dialed in at 916 against Clara Donaldson. Did her licensing earlier yesterday. Now she's racing Sunday. 2017 Boss Junior Dragster, sponsored by Hellbound Customs and Genius Detail, dialed in at 12:30. Oh, and Marty. Owen Marty wanting too bad. He's 8th thou on the wrong side. I'm going to give the win light to Claire Donaldson. She goes 12:42.7 on 12:30. And Owen, he goes 9:20 with a 3 on a 9:16. Sterling Thomas, right-hand side. Sterling Thomas, right-hand side at a Coldstream, British Columbia, dialing at 8:32, trying to chase down the 8:90 dial of Benjamin Helena out of Vegreville, Alberta. Benjamin, sponsored by Helena Farms and SHDP Race Shop. $16 green, Benjamin Helena. Can he hold off the charge of Sterling Thomas? He's got 26 in the bag and goes too fast. Sterling Thomas, 8:28.1 on an 8:32 dial. Going to get the win light on a double breakout. All right, second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Doing some test and tune action. Jeanette Coleman back up here in her 68 Chevy Chevelle. Jeanette hits the stripe 11:15.9 at 118. She brings up Robin Matos in his 90 Acura Integra. Obviously, it's turbocharged. You were hearing it pop and bang and pop and bang. and problems for Robin. Trying to make it happen. Looks like he's figured it out. And goes 18:29. A lot faster than that, but that's when the timer engaged. Brings up Corey Osland and Leo Hardaway, making some test runs here. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem. Third and final call, Heavy Metal Mayhem, to the staging lanes, please. Need you guys for round number 2 of eliminations. Once again, Heavy Metal Mayhem, this is your third and final call to the staging lanes, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for our track staff to check out the track, I want to thank some of our sponsors here at Rad Torque Raceway, Summit and Napa, obviously repping the signs there at the end of the quarter mile. We got our Mutual Propane Burnout Box. We also have Sideshow Fabrication and Paint, the Golf Cart People, Wheaton Honda, Powerhouse Machining Limited, OC Diesel, Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, Crystal Glass, Ron Hodgson, Chevrolet Buick GMC, Key Ag Kubota, Finn and Cat, Ace Racing, Coast Niskewin and Conference Center, Prime Engine Remanufacturing, Cooper Equipment Rentals, Sip Vodka, the official vodka of Rad Torque Raceway, Coca-Cola, Sea Change Brewing, Bucks Auto Parts, sponsoring our Annihilation Night coming up here in September, Kelsey Paving, Mutual Propane, Mario's High Performance, Revolution Crane and Transport, Perfect Auto Glass, Metal Supermarkets, and Orion Building Maintenance. We are going to thank all of our sponsors here at Rad Torque Raceway. We appreciate you guys. We also got a couple more races coming up here soon, folks. We got Midas Hot August Night coming up this Wednesday, August 12th. Multiple jet cars. We also have our Dirt Super Nationals coming up on the 28th and 29th of August over at the Oval. We also have our Monster Truck Throwdown on the Oval on the 21st and 23rd of August. Our Annihilation Night, September 12th, and Tuner Bash, September 20th. If you guys want to come to any of those events, you can purchase your tickets online or come to the Rad Torque Raceway and purchase them that day. But as we check out our track here, folks, we're just going to be on a little bit of a hold. All right, we are back racing. Heavy metal round number 2. Lincoln Rutherford, 637 the dial, Napa Lane, Byron. $25 up front and goes 3 under 4. 634 with a 4 and turn on the win light. Moving on to round number 3. Justin DeHoniak, Jody Herdman. Justin out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, 06 TNT Dragster. Sponsored by R&D Trailer Rentals, BKE Transportation, CCMR Performance. Dialed in at 449. Trying to take down Jody. Edmonton, Alberta, 11 M&M Dragster. Lone Wolf Bobcat sponsored. Dialed in at 491. Advantage, nobody, doesn't matter. Jody Herdman flicks it 2 red, but puts it dead 5. Doesn't matter. Was fixing to be nasty. Justin DeHoniak is 43 and 1 above 6. Getting away with it. Sportsman semifinal. Sportsman semifinal. You guys are on standby. Once again, Sportsman semifinal. You are on standby. Trying to go one more round in the little pickup. Tony Ostrakar out of Drayton Valley, Alberta, dialed in at 7 flat. Trying to take him down is Jeff Talbot, left-hand side, Summit Lane. Olds, Alberta is where he calls home in that 71 Chevy Chevelle, sponsored by Onyx River Oilfield Construction, Wolf Mitstein. He's dialed in at 544. Advantage Talbot trying to take down that little truck. He's got 15 in the bag. Will he get rid of it? No, doesn't get there first. Tony Osterkar sneaking that truck in, 2 thou in front. Puts it 1 above 9. Talbot, he's 3 above 6. Could not get there. All right, I'm going to make this first call, Sportsman semifinal. First call, Sportsman semifinal. Pro semifinal, you guys are on deck. Pro semifinal, you are on deck. First call, Sportsman semifinal. Reed Thomas. Reed Thomas and Tanner Gates. Reed at Edmonton, Alberta, 66 Chevy Chevelle. Dialed in at 629. Up against Tanner Gates. Medicine Hat, Alberta, 09 TNT Dragster. Sponsored by Fast Times Machining. Dialed in at 450. Just over a second and a half. Tanner is going to be sitting on the starting line, trying to chase down Reed. Who's going to find the stage ball first? Reed. Tanner's in. Here we go. 005 to a 10. Tanner's got 5 in the bag. Watch that scoop shake, baby. Wop, wop, wop. Oh, put it too high above to get behind 15. Reed Thomas is 1 above 2, 1 above 3. And going to turn on the win light. Tanner, he's 453.4 on a 450. And going to park it for the weekend and wait for Wednesday, our hot August night. But our next pair, another pair of DeRoses. Lane versus Robin. Lane, right-hand side. in the Napa lane. Both of them out of Fort St. John, British Columbia. Lane dialed in at 5:44 in his 06 TNT. Robin in the Summit lane in his 09 Mullis, dialed in at 5:23. Oh, Robin, 2 thou on the wrong side. They're going to be parking that dragster. Lane is 1 above 3 and 23 off rip. Moving on to the next round of Heavy Metal Mayhem. Second call, Sportsman semifinal. Second call, Sportsman semifinal. To the lanes, please. Tristan Duchesne, Emily Gerard. Tristan out of Beaumont, Emily out of Chilliwack. Tristan in the Brogy, Emily in the dragster. 473 the dial for Emily, 545 for Tristan. Advantage, Emily Gerard. She's got 29 in the bag and makes it work. She gets her 35 in front and putting it 1 above 6. She's 20 total. Tristan, 33 on the let go. No chance. Next pair, O'Connor Gates. Darren, left-hand side, 90 Ford Mustang out of Pinoca, Alberta, dialed in at 647. And Teresa in her 07 TNT Dragster. Sponsored by Fast Times Machining. She's dialed in at 494. Can I have our pro semifinal? Pro semifinal, this is your first call to the staging lanes. First call, pro semifinal to the staging lanes, please. Oh, 1 thou on the wrong side for Darren O'Connor, which ends his day. Teresa puts it 1 above 1 to be 54 total. And moving on into round number 3 of Heavy Metal Mayhem here for Sunday's race. Looks like our track staff are just going to check down on the racetrack in their left-hand lane. Be back here in a little bit here, folks. All right, for our pro semifinalists, do not come down to the staging lanes, please. Pro semifinalists, do not come down to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, if you want to stay, you are welcome to stay. You do not have to. We are having water seeping through the track. If you guys want to go back to your pits to hang out, have yourselves a water, have yourself whatever, you can elect to leave, but I will be calling you as soon as possible. As soon as we get this fixed up here on the racetrack. Also for our pro racers, if you guys do not want to stay in the staging lanes, you don't have to. We're going to be a minute. trying to dry down this track as fast as possible so we can get this race off here today, guys. But this rainfall has just really thrown a wrench into our system here. But I will remind everybody, please stay cool. Get yourself a water. I will give you an update as soon as I know more to when we can get back racing. But right now, track staff deems it unsafe. And with that, we will be stopping for now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we have all drivers remaining in competition to make their way to the bottom of the tower for a driver's meeting, please? Can I have all drivers who are still in the race to the bottom of the tower, please, for a driver's meeting? Do not wait. Please make your way as soon as possible. If you are still in competition, make your way to the base of the tower, please. All right, just in case you didn't hear me, driver's meeting at the base of the tower right now. If you are still in competition, make your way down as soon as possible, please. All right, for those drivers who didn't make it to the drivers meeting, we're going to be giving it a little bit of a wait. For those of you waiting in the chat bleachers, we will be back racing here in a little bit. We're just trying to get rid of some water here down track. So once again, drivers, we are still trying to pull this off, but we're trying to get the track dry enough and trying to get the water to stop seeping through. So I'll be dead on the mic here for a little bit. The music will be playing. And when I have updates for you guys, you will have them as soon as I do. Thank you very much. See you guys in a bit. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits to all our racers. Good news. Tractor is dragging. We think we got the seeping to stop. So, for now, we're going to have to go into a little bit of prep. We're still going to be a little bit. But for those racers wondering, am I up next? Who are you going to call next? We're going to start right from where we left off. We had Helena and Randy Moderson underneath the tower, followed by our sportsman semifinal. So that's how we're going to start tonight to try to finish off this race. But we got to go into a little bit of prep. Sprayer's hooked up. Tractor is dragging. I'll let you guys, as soon as I know, to bring your cars on down to the staging lanes. But keep listening to the tunes. Hopefully you'll be on track very soon. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We tried our very best, guys, but the water table is just not working with us today. Today's race and the makeup race from yesterday is canceled until further notice. We will not be going down the racetrack today. So, what does that mean for our competitors that are still in contention? You will have an opportunity for a makeup date, possibly. Not sure when it will be. Do not ask us. We don't know when it will be. But we will try our very best to pull it off. But we are done here at Rad Torque Raceway for the weekend. We appreciate all of you guys coming out. Kind of a sad way to end it, but it's just unsafe to do it right now with all the water seeping through the cracks of the racetrack. We appreciate all of you coming out, spending your time here at Rad Torque Raceway. We hope to see you on Wednesday for our Midas Hot August night. We got a bracket event for that. You can win a fistful of money, I believe. So, with that being said, no point waiting on us. If you got somewhere to be today, you can leave. Please drive safe, drive responsibly. That is it from us here at Rad Torque Raceway for the weekend. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your night.